plays off a ghost. She plays cards with drunks and preachers till the whiskey gives out steam. Laughs like somebody who survived more than she should have seen. She said, son, the world keeps spinning long after hearts give in. You can drown yourself in sorrow or learn to live with it. And the river rolled behind her, dark and slow and green, while the night kept swallowing the riverboat queen. She asked me where I came from. I told her nowhere worth the time. She poured another bourbon and said that makes two tonight. There was music from the lower deck, old blues drifting through the floor, like the whole damn boat remembered what people came there for. She said, son, the world keeps spinning long after hearts give in. You can drown yourself in sorrow or learn to live with it. And the river rolled behind her, dark and slow and green, while the night kept swallowing the riverboat queen. Near dawn she showed me photographs wrapped inside a leather case. Young man on a shovel head with fire in his face. Said he vanished years ago, somewhere west of Mobile Bay. And every year she waits for him, though she swears she won't stay. Funny thing about waiting, after enough years, it becomes who you are. Morning came through dirty windows, soft as cigarette smoke. She stood there by the railing like the river kept her hope. I left before she noticed, before the daylight settled clean. But sometimes I still dream about the riverboat queen. She said, son, everybody's haunted by something they can't say. Some carry it like memory, some carry it to the grave. And the river rolled forever like an old forgotten dream, while the south wind whispered low around the riverboat queen. Arkansas, with rain inside my coat. The highway looked half dead like a vein somebody broke. My hands smell like gasoline, my eyes like sleepless nights, and every town I passed through felt like somewhere I once died. We used to ride together, three shadows side by side. One got lost to prison walls, one to a mountainside. Now I speak to both of them when the engine settles low. Funny how the dead stay close when you got nowhere left to go. And the river took my brothers one by one by one, left me with the echoes and a road I can't outrun. I keep their names inside the throttle, inside the smoke I breathe. Some men carry Bibles, I carry memories. There's a woman down in Tulsa, still waiting by the screen door. She says I wear the road too long, like I'm scared of wanting more. Maybe she's right about it. Maybe I was born to leave. Some hearts grow roots in people, mine grows roots in speed. Last night I dreamed my old bike died out under a blood-red sky. I woke up with shaking hands and dirt beneath my eyes. A crow sat on the mile sign, black as a bad goodbye. And I swear I heard my brother laugh somewhere in the pines. Yeah, the river took my brothers, but it never took the road. So I keep that engine running like a promise I still owe. If heaven's somewhere past the county line, I'll get there when I can. Till then I ride with ghosts. Got a garage full of winter and a workbench full of rust, an old bike that still starts on me and a heart that starts on trust. Too many years behind me, too much smoke under my name. I quit counting who I used to be when every day looked the same. I was raised around hard silence, and men wore their hurt like something you don't speak on, just drag with you through the dirt. So I learned to keep it level, learn to work and learn to grin. But every road I ever loved had a little hell in it. I wear a worn leather halo, riding under a tired sky, half held together by memory, half by the need to drive. I ain't proud of every mile, but I earn the ones I know, and I still trust two wheels more than most people I've known. There's a bar out near the bypass where the old crowd still goes. Same burned ice in the whiskey, same songs, same lies, same smoke. Some nights I stop and sit there just to hear the jukebox hum, like maybe all the broken parts still add up to someone. Maybe peace ain't pretty, maybe it ain't clean, maybe it's just one good engine and a place to breathe between all the ghosts that ride beside you and the losses you don't name. Maybe grace looks more like staying than trying to outrun the pain. I wear a worn leather halo, riding under a tired sky, half held together by memory, half by the need to drive. I ain't proud of every mile, but I earn the ones I know, and I still trust two wheels more than most people I've known. So if you see me at sundown with the road dust in my clothes, don't ask what I'm still chasing. Man, I probably already know. My battery died outside Lucerne at a truck stop full of flies. One busted lamp, a gospel sign, diesel in the midnight skies. I kicked that starter till my boots so smoked, cussed God, cussed Bosch, cussed rain. But a dead machine don't hear a prayer, and steel don't care for pain. Saint of the dead battery, lay your dirty hands on me. Saint of the dead battery, I got miles but no mercy. A preacher in a sleeper cab watched me from behind the glass. He chewed one toothpick like old judgment and did not move his ass. Then a woman from the coffee stand with silver in a braid brought jumper leads and one black look, like she'd seen tougher fools than I played. Sparks in the dark, lead to lead. Funny what a man believes when the whole damn bike is dead. She said, hold steady, I said, I am. She said, no honey, you ain't. Then that old twin coughed black to life like a sinner learning saint. I tipped my hat, she waved me off like I was one more passing curse. Some men get saved by choirs and books, some by women who've seen worse. Saint of the dead battery, lay your dirty hands on me. Saint of the dead battery, got me rolling ugly but free. There's a man in East Memphis, stitches, saddles, pews, and thrones, motorcycle seats, bar stool backs, and coffin lids for richer bones. I brought him mine in split black hide, foam chewed down to the pan. He ran one thumb along the tear and smiled too slow for any man. Devil's upholsterer, needle through the hide. Devil's upholsterer, what else you got inside? Shop smelled like glue and funeral homes and summer under 10. A radio hissed, no song came through, just weather and old sin. On the wall hung scraps of leather from colors I remembered well. Dead clubs, lost boys, sheriff seats, and one church bench from hell. Thread pulled tight, all drove clean. Some scars get hidden, some get made to gleam. A snake beneath the tuck and roll, not on the top but underneath, where only I would know. He said every man sits on something. I paid and rode off hard. Funny how a simple seat can feel like the devil signed your card. Devil's upholsterer, needle through the hide. Devil's upholsterer, you put my past back in the ride. Devil's upholsterer, and I felt it all the way home. Leather creaked like a warning. black lungs and yellow eyes. A good man by most measures kept, but already half underground in life. She poured my coffee in a diner at 5:30 every dawn. Hands so calm, voice cut low, like she'd already buried what was gone. Coal dust Valentine, black bloom on a white cut rim. Coal dust Valentine, love came late and wrong to him. I never touched her through that winter, never crossed that line on purpose, but longing sits like mine dust does in rafters, lungs, and church house surfaces. Then one night by the coke plant fence, she cried into my coat, said he ain't dead, but he ain't here. And hell, I knew that note. Soot and snow, steam in the dark. Some hearts don't break from lightning, some from a slow black spark. In March they carried him home for good, not dead, just done and thin. He looked at me like tight men do and saw too much beneath my skin. I rode away before the thaw, never kissed her, never stayed. Some tragedies don't need a body count, just two people too late and afraid. Coal dust Valentine, black bloom on white cup rim. Coal dust Valentine, I still taste the ache of him. Coal dust Valentine, and the road did not wash it thin. She had a smile like unpaid rent, and boots red as a flare. Black eyeliner, cheap perfume, and trouble pinned up in her hair. We met at Buckshot Annie's, where the band was loud and wrong. She danced one song and stole my smoke and knew the words to every song. She stole my saddlebag, Lord, and half my pride with it. She stole my saddlebag, and I still kinda smile at it. We drank right behind the dumpster, kissed once by the ice machine. She said, you talk like Texas thunder. I said, baby, I'm mostly gasoline. I woke at dawn in a motel lot, with one glove and no cash. No tool roll, no lucky flask, no razor comb, no stash. Some women leave perfume, some leave scars, some leave a fool patting down both sides of his bars. package hit my friend's shop door. My socket set, my flask, my cash, and a note said, "You snore." No name, no number, no return, just lipstick on the flap. I laughed so hard I scared the dog and wore that grin like a patch. She stole my saddlebag, but not enough to make me sore. She stole my saddlebag, then mailed damn near back all but more. She stole my saddlebag and gave me one hell of a story for sure. There's a bar down near Gulfport docks called Undertow by the men. Salt on the windows, beer on the floor, and ghost punching songs back in. The jukebox leans by the pinball machine like a drunk with one good leg. Still plays Merle, still plays George, still takes quarters from the dead-eyed beg. Undertow jukebox, play the ones that hurt just right. Undertow jukebox, keep the gone ones here tonight. A shrimper's widow in a Harley T feeds that thing till close. One song for her husband, one for her son, one for nobody else to know. I come for the wings and the AC hum, stay for the way songs bruise. A man can drown on dry land too, if he keeps the right kind of blues. Neon fish, salt, stiff air, some places keep the dead around because the living put them there. Kid in a brand new cut punched rambling man too loud, and half the room just looked away like youth should not be proud. Then old Miss June cued long black veil, and the whole bar bent its head. Funny how one cheap machine can preach better than most men ever said. Undertow jukebox, play the ones that hurt just right. Undertow jukebox, make the laughter taste like night. Undertow jukebox, and don't let silence win tonight. there's a saint for every broken thing, or so my mother swore. Saints for floods and eyes gone blind, and ships that don't come home no more. If that is true, then give me one for every exit I pass by, every town I should have stopped in, every woman I let dry. Patron saint of exit ramps, wave your tired hand at me. I keep taking the wrong road, like it's the only one I see. One off-ramp led to a hospital where my brother died alone. One led to a courthouse, a wedding I chose a bar instead of home. One went down through Amarillo to a child I never raised. I kept the throttle, held it wide, and turned all mercy into haze. Green signs glow, night bugs smear. A man can miss his whole damn life by staying in high gear. Tonight I stopped at exit 14 just because it looked like grief. There was a field, a closed up diner, and the smell of cut hay underneath. I sat there with the motor off and traffic singing far above. A man can ride straight past the truth till all he's got left is the thought of. Patron saint of exit ramps, wave your tired hand at me. I've been mistaking speed for freedom since I was 23. Patron saint of exit ramps, maybe I'll finally take one clean. Still speak. Bone dry county, but the bottles still speak. Sheriff drinks a sermon every Sunday by the creek. Preacher says redemption don't come from a jar. Preacher says redemption don't come from a jar. Then he buys from my cousin behind the welding yard. Ain't no dry ground where the truth runs deep. Ain't no clean town where the guilty sleep. Bone dry county with a wet little soul. needs a tire and my heart needs a rest. But a woman in the courthouse still keeps my name pressed. Judge gave me 30 for a fight I didn't start. Judge gave me 30 for a fight I didn't start. Then shook my hand later like we weren't both dark. Ain't no dry ground where the truth runs deep. Ain't no clean town where the guilty sleep. Born dry county with a wet little soul. Everybody wants heaven with one hand in the hole. In a flour sack, a town can hide murder with a welcome mat. A badge can shine bright in the morning sun, but night knows better. When the long day's done, ain't no dry ground where the truth runs deep. Ain't no clean town where the guilty sleep. Bone dry county with a wet little soul. Everybody wants heaven with one hand in the hole. Kept your letter folded in the map pocket for years. Ain't gone soft from summer, paper stained with gears. Martha looked abandoned, even with the lights still on. I parked beside a closed church and waited for the dawn. Some goodbyes need fire. You wrote, "Don't come looking," in that crooked little hand. Like I ever knew how not to when the world gave a command. I found you 6 months later in a room with no clean air. You smiled like I was early, but I was too late there. Some goodbyes need fire. A matchbox from El Paso, 3 sticks left inside. I struck the first one shaking, second one lied, the third one caught your paper truth finally knew. No prayer came to meet me, no sign split the sky, just ash on my boot toe and one dry eye. I kicked the stand-up quiet, rode east into the plain, lighter by one letter, heavy, just the same. Some goodbyes need fire, some ghosts need smoke, some love don't die clean, it just learns not to choke. The last match in Marfa burned down to my thumb. I felt it, didn't move. That's how grief gets done. He keeps his shop open past the legal hour. One chair, one mirror, one dying plastic flower. Men come in quiet with trouble on their skin. He drapes them in white cloth like he's burying what they've been. Trim the beard, comb the shame, make a man look human before they say his name. He cut hair for funerals, for court dates and divorce, for boys who wanted clean faces before choosing a darker course. He never asked questions, he never offered grace, just turned their chin gently and worked around the face. Trim the beard, comb the shame, make a man look human before they say his name. In the mirror, every outlaw looks like someone's son. For 5 quiet minutes before the damage is done. In the chair, every hard man lets his shoulders fall. The razor tells the truth, the mouth won't say it all. One night I came bleeding from the cheek to the jaw. He stitched me with fishing line and called it nothing raw. Said you boys keep pretending, pain is proof you're alive. But I've seen braver men let somebody else drive. When he died in September, nobody knew his age. We found a drawer of photographs and names on every page. Half the town came standing in leather suits and rain. Every man looked cleaner than he had any right to claim. In the mirror, every outlaw looks like someone's son. For 5 quiet minutes before the damage is done. In the chair, every hard man lets his shoulders fall. The razor tells the truth, the mouth won't say it all. Relays pipe and bowl malt with a shoulder full of screws. Frank drives night shift freight with no feeling in his shoes. Tommy welds at sunrise, eyes red from the flare. I fix busted engines and pretend I still don't care. We ain't saints with halos, we ain't devils with wings. We're blue-collar sinners doing ordinary things. We pay for bad decisions with overtime and scars, then ride home under streetlights like they're broken little stars. Nobody writes songs for men with lunchbox hands, for backs that go out early, for dreams that change their plans. We used to chase the thunder, now we chase the rent. Still got black bikes outside and half our money spent. We ain't saints with halos, we ain't devils with wings. We're blue-collar sinners doing ordinary things. We pay for bad decisions with overtime and scars, then ride home under streetlights like they're broken little stars. Friday night comes crawling with a bottle and a chair. Somebody tells a story like the dead are sitting there. We laugh because we have to, we stop before it turns. Some names still feel holy, some lessons never learned. At 5 a.m. on Monday, the world wants us again. Boots on concrete, coffee bitter as sin. Ray says still breathing, Frank says barely brother. That's as close to love as we say to each other. We ain't saints with halos, we ain't devils with wings. We're blue-collar sinners doing ordinary things. We carry old wild years and quiet working hearts, then ride home under streetlights like they're broken little stars. Blue-collar saints with oil in the seams, too tired for glory to too stubborn for dreams. Mary saw the ring in the pawn shop window, between a hunting knife and a busted banjo. Silver band, black stone, a chip near the side. She knew every scratch like a map of married life. Nobody, no call, no goodbye at all. Just a ring in the window with a price on the pane, and a woman in the rain learning loss has a name. He left in late November with 2 shirts and a plan. Said 3 days, maybe 4. Kissed the back of her hand. The club said he went quiet. The law said nothing new. Mary kept the porch light burning till the bowl burned through. Nobody, no call, no goodbye at all. Just a ring in the window with a price on the pane, and a woman in the rain learning loss has a name. Say much, but his eyes moved first to the alley by the courthouse where the old pipes burst. She paid cash for the ring with grocery money saved, put it on a chain and never asked for a grave. That night she shut the curtains, turned the porch light off, folded his denim jacket and laid it in the loft. She didn't cry dramatic, didn't break no plate, just sat at the table and let the quiet change shape. Nobody, no call, no goodbye at all. Just a ring on a chain and a heart gone still. Some women stop waiting before the world says they will. Mary passed the pawn shop every Monday after rain. Never looked in the window, never wore gold again. fuel, bad heart, 80 miles to go. The doctor said be careful, like careful's all I know. I folded up the paper, put it under my seat, then lied to 6 good brothers about why I couldn't eat. Don't make a shrine of me, don't make a show, just keep the line tight and let the old man go. The morning air was bitter, Texas flat and wide. Every engine sounded younger than the one I had inside. Big Walt kept looking back like he smelled the truth. I gave him half a smile and a bad excuse. Don't make a shrine of me, don't make a show, just keep the line tight and let the old man go. There's a kind of fear that don't shake or shout. It just counts your breaths and starts wearing you out. I wasn't scared of dying, not the dirt, not the stone. I was scared they'd see me weak and stop leaving me alone. At sundown near Pecos, I pulled off by the tracks, said I needed a smoke and wouldn't be long back. They knew, but they let me have that little life. Some brotherhood is mercy when it doesn't ask why. Don't make a shrine of me, don't make a show, just keep the line tight and let the old man go. Don't say I lost the battle, don't polish up the pain. Say I rode till I couldn't, then I listened to the rain. Her slippers by the bed still pointed toward the door, like she might get up early and cross the wooden floor. There's a glass on the nightstand with a ring of dust and light. I slept in my clothes on top of the sheets that night. The empty side of the bed is wider than the road. People brought casseroles and words they didn't mean. Said call me if you need me, then left before the evening. I thanked them like a statue, with coffee trophy in my hand. A man can nod forever and still not understand the empty side of the bed is wider than the road. I used to think the highway was the biggest lonely thing, till I heard the furnace click and nobody answering. A road behind the bathroom door nearly took me to my knees. Not the grave, not the hospital, just cotton on a sleeve. At midnight I went outside, started up the bike, let it idle in the driveway, just to fight the quiet. Then I shut it down ashamed when the neighbor's light came on. Some grief wants an engine, some grief wants you gone. The empty side of the bed is wider than the road, longer than Texas, colder than stone. The empty side of the bed, don't move, don't speak, but it takes a hard man down by the end of the week. We sold the clubhouse Tuesday to a man in polished shoes. He said the bones were good for a coffee place or two. We nodded like it mattered, signed where we were told. The roof had leaked for 7 years and the winters had grown cold. A building don't cry when the old names go, it just stands there empty with its pipes hung low. A man might swear forever, but time don't shake hands, it just changes the locks on the places we had. There were burn marks on the ceiling from the stove that nearly blew, a hole behind the dartboard from a night nobody knew. The bathroom mirror cracked in 1999. We never did replace it, it knew too much of mine. A building don't cry when the old names go, it just stands there empty with its pipes hung low. A man might swear forever, but time don't shake hands, it just changes the locks on the places we had. table, 6 names carved underneath it like railroad tracks. Found Eddie's old sunglasses behind a speaker blown. Some little piece of dead men waiting to go home. The young buyer asked politely if the stains would come up clean. Big Walt said, some of them, then looked straight at me. We left the keys on the counter. No toast, no speech, just dust in the sunlight and gravel under feet. A building don't cry when the old names go, but men get real quiet when they finally know. Forever ain't a promise, it's a thing you try to stand till time changes the locks on the places we had. They painted it blue by summer, put flowers near the door. I rode by once in August and didn't ride there anymore. There's a house past the grain silos where the porch light burns weak, old flags in the window, oil stains in the street. Men come there after midnight, but their faces closed tight, like the road took their language and left them with bite. In the house of low engines, nobody asks why. A man sits in silence with smoke in his eyes. In the house of low engines, the walls know each name. Some brothers bring thunder, some brothers bring shame. There's a table full of knife marks and names carved underneath. A broken pool cue in the corner, like a crooked set of teeth. A picture of a dead man hangs over the bar. His smile says keep riding. His eyes say not far. In the house of low engines, nobody asked why. A man sits in silence with smoke in his eyes. In the house of low engines, the walls know each name. Some brothers bring thunder, some brothers bring shame. Big Walt lost his daughter, Ray lost his nerve, Johnny lost 3 good years for a man he still serves. Nobody says healing, nobody says scared, but every glass raised slowly means I know you're still there. At dawn the bikes start waking, one cough at a time, like old bears in winter. Like wolves past their prime, they ride out in formation. No speeches, no crowd, just men made of gravel, refusing to drown in the house of low engines. Nobody asked why a man sits in silence with smoke in his eyes. In the house of low engines, the walls know each name. Some brothers ride homeward, some vanish in flame. There's a house past the grain silos where the porch light burns weak. If you hear those engines idling, let the heart men speak. Came to the church late with rain in my beer. My daughter wouldn't look at me, but she knew I was near. The baby wore white, like a thing without blame. I stood in the back pew with mud on my name. Gasoline in the baptism water, smoke under the door. A man can stand near heaven and still smell like war. The preacher held him gently, like the world could be kind. My hand stayed in my pockets, where the old sins hide. I thought about the nights I miss my daughter grow, how a man can ride everywhere and never come home. Gasoline in the baptism water, smoke under the door. A man can stand near heaven and still smell like war. Wash the child clean, leave the old man stain. Let one life start where another brought pain. Ring the bell low, let the hard truth stand. A baby don't inherit the dirt on my hands. Afterward she found me by the side church gate, said you can hold him once, but don't make him wait. He fit in my arms like a question from God. I wanted to say something, but my throat locked hard. Wash the child clean, leave the old man stain. Let one life start where another brought pain. Ring the bell low, let the hard truth stand. A baby don't inherit went on, toasting a dead man nobody wanted to own. He'd been a liar, a thief, a pain in every room, but he once pulled Ray from fire, and that bought him a tune. Raise it up for the bastard, drink it down for the truth. He was hard to love, harder to bury, and God help us all, we knew him in youth. Somebody cursed his mother, somebody laughed too loud, somebody said good riddance, then stared down at the ground. The jukebox played haggard, like it had poor taste, and the bartender said sorry when the bottle went to waste. Raise it up for the bastard, drink it down for the truth. He was hard to love, harder to bury, and God help us all, we knew him in youth. Switched to cheap bourbon, and nobody complained. For a man we didn't forgive, but couldn't quite name. By closing big, Walt whispered, "You saved my life once too." Then the whole damn table found something else true. Raise it up for the bastard, drink it down for the cost. He was hard to love, harder to bury. Strange how a man can be hated and lost. Black vest funeral, rain on the chrome. His mother stood shaking, like she'd never been old. His brother stood quiet in a half moonlight. Every man looking guilty for still having time. left the machine. He wasn't a saint, not even close. He had fists like bad weather and a heart that showed. He owed money in 3 towns, he owed sorry in 5. But if trouble touched family, he was first one alive. We ride him down, we don't dress it clean. The road took a brother and left the machine. The preacher said mercy, the sheriff looked bored. His daughter held a helmet too big for her arms. His old lady smoked behind the oak tree like grief was a dog that she wouldn't let see. We fired every engine till the birds left the wire. A dirty kind of hymn with gasoline choir. Then rode past the graveyard, one by one, slow. Not for the living, not for the show. We ride him down, we don't dress it clean. The road took a brother and left the machine. The sky turning mean. Some men die crooked, but they still die seen. She learned to drive at 13 on a field road full of ruts. Her daddy said, hands steady, with a beer can in the dust. He was the wheelman for hard men back when engines ran loud. Now his lungs sounded broken and his name still drew a crowd. She don't run for money, she don't run for fame. She runs because blood can still call your name. She don't love the danger, she don't chase the flame. She just knows some fathers never quit the game. They called him in December for a job outside Creel. He told her, I'll be back Monday. She said, Daddy, be real. By midnight she was waiting in his old black Ford, with a shotgun under blankets and one hand on the door. She don't run for money, she don't run for fame. She runs because blood can still call your name. She don't love the danger, she don't chase the flame. She just knows some fathers never quit the game. At the graveyard she saw him bent over by the light. Two men yelling numbers, one man holding white. She hit the horn twice like he taught her before. He looked up ashamed and ran for the door. They took 3 back roads and 1 ditch full of rain. He coughed blood on his sleeve and never said her name. At dawn she pulled over by a river gone brown. Said, "You're done being useful to men who let you down." She didn't run for money, she didn't run for fame. She ran because blood can still call your name. She didn't love the danger, she didn't chase the flame. She just brought home a father who forgot he had a name. We rode into bad weather with the sky split wide. Lightning on the fence post like nails in God's side. The president rode front, old Mercer rode sweet. Between them rode sinners, too proud to sleep. God don't ride sweet, God don't lead the line. He lets men choose the throttle and pay for their time. God don't ride sweet, he don't block the fall. The road takes the loud ones, the quiet ones and all. Rain hit like gravel at 75. Every headlight looked wounded, every man looked alive. Somebody laughed in the headset, somebody cursed the cold. Then the blacktop went shining like a river made of coal. God don't ride sweet, God don't lead the line. He lets men choose the throttle and pay for their time. God don't ride sweet, he don't block the fall. The road takes the loud ones, the quiet ones and all. Came from nowhere, Mercer laid it down. Sparks across the shoulder, no church bell, no crown. We stopped in the storm with our boots in the mud, and every man there learned how small is blood. Mercer lived till morning, and that was all we got. He said, "Don't make me holy," I was mostly not. Then smiled at the ceiling, and like he heard some joke, and left us standing round him with our collars soaked. God don't write sweet, God don't lead the line. He lets men choose a throttle and pay for their time. God don't ride sweet, He don't block the fall. The road takes a brother and leaves rain for all. She was 20, maybe younger, with a thrift store black dress, a guitar with 2 stickers, and a voice in her chest. The wake was in the clubhouse, smoke thick as rope. Men stood around the bottles like they were guarding hope. Sing low, girl, don't make it sweet. We don't need angels, we need boots in the street. Sing plain, girl, let the hurt come through. Some men need a song to say what they can't do. The dead man was her uncle, though not by blood or name. He paid her rent one winter and never took the praise. Taught her 3 chords badly on a porch behind the shop. Said write what you can carry and leave the rest to rot. Sing low, girl, don't make it sweet. We don't need angels, we need boots in the street. Sing plain, girl, let the hurt come through. Some men need a song to say what they can't do. She sang about a highway, but not like it was free. Sang about a hard man learning tenderness badly. Big Walt turned away first, then Ray took off his hat. By the second chorus, no one laughed at that. When she finished, nobody clapped. That would have felt too small. The room just breathed together like an old animal. She packed her guitar slowly and walked into the rain, leaving 50 rough men less able to fake brave. Sing low, girl, don't make it sweet. We don't need angels, street. Sing plain, girl, let the hurt come through. Some men need a song to say what they can't do. At every wake since that night before the bottles start, somebody asks for silence and somebody guards his heart. He knew every bad bridge, every speed trap and state, could read clouds by color, could smell a late break. He kept 20 men moving through rain, heat and dust, but at home there was silence and a woman losing trust. Pour whiskey for the road captain, he got everybody through, except the ones who needed more than riding from him too. Pour whiskey for the road captain, let it burn down slow. Some men can lead 100 miles and still not find home. His boy played ball on Saturdays, he missed more than he made. Said next week I'll be there, then the next week went away. His wife quit asking questions that hurt worse than a fight. She learned to sleep diagonal on the left side every night. Pour whiskey for the road captain, he got everybody through, except the ones who needed more than riding from him too. Pour whiskey for the road captain, let it burn down slow. Some men can lead 100 miles and still not find home. When the club gave him a plaque, he stared at it like death. Silver letters, black wood, and every birthday he forget. He walked outside shaking, a little smoke in the rain. Said, I know every exit, except out of my own shame. Now his son won't call him, his wife wears her own name. He still maps the runs with a steady hand the same. But sometimes at a red light, he watches fathers in trucks, and the man who never got lost looks like he's out of luck. Pour whiskey for the road captain, he got everybody through, except the ones who needed more than riding from him too. Pour whiskey for the road captain, let it burn down slow. Some men can lead 100 miles and still not find home. car, split leather and mud along the flank. Nobody said accident, nobody said God's plan. We just stood there breathing with iron in our hands. Turn the wrench, don't say his name. Some grief needs work, some grief needs flame. Turn the wrench, keep your eyes down low. We ain't fixing death, we're letting him go. Big Walt took the front end, Ray pulled off the wheel. I cleaned blood from the foot peg with a rag I couldn't feel. His gloves were in the toolbox, his lighter near the chain, a half-smoked pack of Camels, and a receipt from Santa Fe. Turn the wrench, don't say his name. Some grief needs work, some grief needs flame. Turn the wrench, keep your eyes down low. We ain't fixing death, we're letting him go. At 3 in the morning, the engine caught hard, like a voice through a wall, like boots in the yard. Every man stepped backward like the dead had walked in. That sound filled the garage and split something thin. We rode it to the hilltop, one man on each side. No parade, no whiskey, no lie dressed up as pride. Then Ray killed the engine, and the whole world went still, like even the wind knew it had taken its fill. Turn the wrench, don't say his name. Some grief needs work, some grief needs flame. Turn the wrench, let the silence know. We ain't fixing death, we're letting him go. His phone was in the saddlebag, cracked across the screen. Still had dust from the shoulder, still smelled like gasoline. 3 minutes missed calls from his woman, 2 from a number unknown, 1 voicemail from his little boy asking when he's coming home. I can't press play, I can't let go. Some voices stay alive when the body won't. I can't call back, I can't say why. A dead man's phone still knows how to cry. We found him west of Hugo where the blacktop turns mean. No deer, no truck, no witness, just a bad curve and speed. The sheriff bagged his wallet, the coroner took his name, but I took that broken phone like it was some kind of flame. I can't press play, I can't let go. Some voices stay alive when the body won't. I can't call back, I can't say why. A dead man's phone still knows how to cry. Midnight in the clubhouse, I sat by the bathroom light, listened to his son say daddy 14 times. No bottle made it softer, no prayer made it clean. A child don't know death till death hears the machine. I drove it to his woman before the morning came. She took it with both hands and never said my name. She played the message once, then held it to her chest like a small black coffin that still had breath. Some voices stay alive because somebody knows. I couldn't call back, I couldn't say why, but I stood on her porch while the dead learned goodbye. Sat on my handlebar outside of Texaco, head cocked like a preacher who already seemed to know. I threw a stone beside him, he didn't even move, just looked at my right pocket where I kept the folded truth. Blackbird, blackbird, what did you hear? A man said nothing, and the man disappeared. I saw him in Nevada on a page payphone sign, then outside a chapel where I slept one night. Every place I stopped, there he was, close and still, like a little black witness with a sharp old bill. Blackbird, blackbird, what did you hear? A man said nothing, and the man disappeared. I sold one name to save my skin, then rode for years with the bird riding in. I kept my freedom, I kept my breath, but every black wing moving sounds a little like death. Had once carried me through a gunshot fever and a ditch outside Cheyenne. He never asked for payment, he never asked for blood, and I repaid him low, like a coward would. Last night in the motel, the crow tapped at the glass. I opened up the window and let the cold air pass. I took the paper out with the truth I never told, set it on the Bible, and watch the bird grow old. I sold one name to save my skin, then rode for years with the bird riding in. I kept my freedom, I kept my breath, but every black wing moving sounds a little like death. The blood-oath garage had a roof full of rain, 2 lips-warm furnace, and a floor full of stains. We were young when we swore it, hands cut with a blade. Thought blood made men honest, thought time stayed afraid. Brother, till the wheels fall off, that's what we said back then. The wheels fall off easy, and so do men. Brother, till the last hot mile, till the blacktop ends, but some oaths get broken by the way they defend. Quiet when the pills got in. Who found Jesus, then found trouble again. My cross we said back then. The wheels fall off easy, and so do men. Brother, till the last hard mile, till the blacktop ends. But some oaths get broken by the way they defend. There's a blood mark on the workbench, dark as old wine. I touched it last winter and remembered my line. I meant every word with a young man's chest, but truth ain't the same thing as passing the test. Now boys coming hungry for a name and a sound. They want the thunder first, not the graveyard ground. I tell them don't swear fast, don't bleed for a song. A brother ain't a patch if he won't stay when you're wrong. Brother, till the wheels fall off, that's what we said back then. The wheels fall off easy, and so do men. Brother, till the last hard mile, till the blacktop ends. If you make that vow once, you pay it again. The blood oath garage still smells like rain. Some promises survive, some only leave stains. I wore a clean black shirt that still smelled like smoke. Stood outside the chapel, practicing words I never spoke. Her mother saw me first and tightened up her jaw, like trouble had arrived, wearing dress shoes in the law. A bad man's blessing don't shine too bright. It stands in the doorway and stays out of sight. A bad man's blessing is heavy and plain. It wants to give love without leaving a stain. My daughter looked like summer in a white dress and calm hands. I remembered her at 5, drawing houses in the sand. I missed too many birthdays, missed school plays and fevers, sent money when I had it and excuses when I needed. A bad man's blessing don't shine too bright. It stands in the doorway and stays out of sight. A bad man's blessing is heavy and plain. It wants to give love without leaving a stain. nervous about sorry. Just try to do your best. I nodded like a soldier with no war left to fight, then walked her down that aisle on the edge of my own life. At the dance, I kept my distance by the back wall near the door. Her new man came and thanked me like he knew what mercy's for. I told him, keep her laughing, tell the truth when it hurts, then gave him both my hands like I was handing over church. A bad man's blessing don't shine too bright. It stands in the doorway and stays out of sight. A bad man's blessing can still mean true when the heart that gives it knows what damage can do. They called him King of Amarillo, though he never wore a crown. Just a cracked black helmet and a stare that shut rooms down. He could ride through hard weather with one hand on the bars, could make a liar confess with a silence full of scars. But the road eats kings, same as common men. Takes the shine from the chrome, takes the blood from the grin. The road eats kings, no throne, no ring. The blacktop don't bow to a damn living thing. Young boys watched him closely, tried to copy how he stood. Thought toughness was the posture, not the price beneath the hood. They didn't see the mornings when his fingers wouldn't close, or the pills in the toolbox, or the names he never spoke. But the road eats kings, same as common men. Takes the shine from the chrome, takes the blood from the grin. The road eats kings, no throne, no ring. The blacktop don't bow to a damn living thing. One night outside Dalhart, he sat alone in rain. Said, I outlived my reasons and still can't quit the game. I didn't know what to answer, so I gave him a light. Some men don't want saving, they just want witness tonight. He died behind a gas pump, not riding, not fast. Heart gave out at sunrise while he was checking his gas. No fire, no thunder, no outlaw final scene. Just a man on cold concrete beside a worn machine. The road eats kings, same as common men. Takes the shine from the chrome, takes the blood from the grin. The road eats kings, no throne, no ring. The black top don't bow to a damn living thing. Where the guardrail bends south of Mercy Creek. Killed the back, let the engine tick, and listen to the heat. There's dust on that twisted rail, dust in the ditch below. 10 years gone and I still come back like I got nowhere else to go. That night never left. That night never left. You took the corner wide and fast, rain sitting black on tar. I saw your rear light swing once wrong, then vanish past the dark. No sirens came for 7 long minutes. No heaven broke into, just mud on my boots, blood on my hands, and me calling out to you. The road don't care, the river don't pray. Some men lose a brother and keep breathing anyway. Now every summer finds me here, a little older, a little bent, with one cheap smoke and a tired old stare at the place where all that went. A man can fill his life with miles and bars and weather and lies, but one bad bend and one black night still owns the back of his eyes. That night never left, it just got quiet. That night never left, it rides with me when the road goes silent. I kicked the bike alive and took the long way home. She worked the midnight toll booth where the interstate turns thin, counting coins from strangers with the whole night leaning in. She had eyes like winter windows, hands calm as a judge. She could tell a man was running by the way he held a clutch. Pay the toll, pass the gate. Everybody leaves, some leave late. I roll up with no cash and blood under my nail. She looked once at my jacket, then once beyond the rail. Said you can't buy distance with that face tonight. Then closed the gate between us and killed the passing light. Pay the toll, pass the gate. Everybody leaves, some leave late. She said, pull over, rider, let the engine cool. You look like a man who's been obeying fools. Pull over, rider, don't make me call your bluff. Some men don't need mercy, they need someone saying enough. I sat beside the booth while Semi shook the glass. She poured coffee from a thermos and didn't ask my past. That was worse than questions, that was harder than blame. To be seen by a stranger and not asked for a name. At dawn she raised the gate, said go whichever way you choose. I said, what do I owe you? She said, nothing you can lose. So I turned toward the sunrise, not the men behind the deal. Some exits look like weakness till they teach a man to feel. Pay the toll, pass the gate. Everybody leaves, some leave late. She worked the midnight toll booth where the hard road split. I still keep 3/4 for the debt she wouldn't get. Flat black land, like a warning from heaven or a cigarette in God's hand. I passed it every winter on the southbound run. Same dead field, same static, same low iron hum. was a kid I used to know, with a voice made for late night. Wanted to run a radio show and play songs till first light. He carried tapes in a shoebox and laughed at every scar. Said one day I'll leave this town without stealing a car. Blink red, blink slow, tell the lost boys where not to go. Some dreams don't die loud, they just miss the turn. Get pawned for gas money, get left to burn. Some boys don't turn bad, they just get used by men who love hunger and call it paying dues. He took one ride too many with a man who knew his fear. Got pulled into a job that started far from here. No gun in his hand, no blood on his sleeve, but the law don't weigh a soul when the whole room wants to leave. Now the tower keeps blinking over trailers and farms, and somewhere underground are all his unwound charms. I hear his old mixtapes in every busted speaker, like a voice still trying to reach one lonely receiver. Some dreams don't die loud, they just miss the turn. Get pawned for gas money, get left to burn. Some boys don't turn bad, they just get used by men who love hunger and call it paying dues. The radio tower blinks red when the night gets thin. I ride past without music and listen for him. Coal smoke in the valley, black dust on the sill. Every house had a porch light, every mouth stayed still. I rode in after midnight with the sirens long done. The mine had taken 7 and spared the wrong son. Sleep low, brothers under stone and seam. Some men wake above ground and still live in a dream. Sleep low, brothers, no more shift bells sound. The dark that held your bodies knows who let you down. Clean-shaved with a statement in his hand, said tragic like a weather word said God will understand. But the widows knew the ledger, the foreman knew the crack. The dead had smelled the warning, and nobody held it back. Sleep low, brothers under stone and seam. Some men wake above ground and still live in a dream. Sleep low, brothers, no more shift bells sound. The dark that held your bodies knows who let you down. My father worked that mountain till his lungs turned gray. Said a poor man's grave gets dug before his day. I thought the road had saved me from that kind of dirt, but every town has tunnels where the working people hurt. By morning I was standing with a helmet in my hand. A little boy asked softly if the bike could outrun land. I told him not the mountain, not the boss, not time. Then fired up the engine so he wouldn't see my eyes. Sleep low, brothers under stone and seam. Some men wake above ground and still live in a dream. Sleep low, brothers, no more shift bells sound. The dark that held your bodies knows who let you down. Smoke in the valley, black dust in my throat. I left before the speeches, before I learned to choke. Are sleeping, all pretending not to care. Moonlight on the checkpoint, dust hanging in the air. I had a package in my saddlebag, wrapped in tape and fear. No questions for the sender, no answer for I'm here. One more run, one more lie, one more reason not to sleep tonight. One more mile, one more sin. The gate rolls up and I roll in. Looked through my papers with a tired little grin. Said long road for a man with no place written in. I smiled like I'd practiced, kept my breathing slow, but my hands knew better than my mouth would show. One more run, one more lie, one more reason I pulled over by a shrine full of wax. Little saints in the desert with dust on their backs. I cut that package open with my pocket knife clean. Saw enough to know I had become the machine. I buried it in gravel where the road dips south. Spit once in the darkness to get the taste from my mouth. No hero, no clean slate. No lawman shook my hand. Just a coward getting tired of being useful to bad men. No more runs, no more lies, no more selling sleep for another man's price. No more miles bought with skin. The gate rolls down, I don't go in. The border dogs were sleeping when I turned back north. Sometimes quitting dirty is the closest thing to worth. Drive-in was closing at the edge of Route 9. Screen torn at the corners like an old man's mind. I parked where we used to, back road left side, where engines idle low and young fools felt alive. Roll the picture, let it burn, for every man who didn't learn. Roll it crooked, roll it dim. Some memories don't fade, they just lose the film. The ticket booth was boarded, the speaker poles were rust. The snack bar smelled of rainwater, dead popcorn and dust. The old projectionist waved me with a cigarette hand, said last show's free tonight for whoever still can stand. Roll the picture, let it burn, for every man who didn't learn. Roll it crooked, roll it dim. Some memories don't fade, they just lose the film. On that screen a cowboy rode away in black and white. I watched him leave a woman like I'd done half my life. The field was almost empty, just my bike and one stray cat. Funny how the past looks bigger when there's nobody looking back. When the credits started falling, the projector coughed and died. The old man locked the booth up and never came outside. I sat there till the moon rose over cracked asphalt and weeds. Some places close forever before a man believes. Roll the picture, let it burn, for every man who didn't learn. Roll it once more, low and grim. Some memories don't fade, they just lose the film. The last light at the drive-in
went black without a sound. I rode out through the exit, like leaving sacred ground.
Hotel mirror had a crack across the jaw, made every man look guilty, made every saint look raw. I've been riding 20 hours with no sleep and little food, trying not to hear myself in that thin-walled room. I saw the boy, I saw the man, I saw the fist, I saw the hand, I saw the door I never tried, I saw the truth. Step out from the side. The fang clicked like a pistol, the bedspread smelled of bleach, a rodeo crowd was laughing somewhere down the street. I leaned close to the mirror, said, "You still in there?" The crack split my face like it didn't care. I saw the boy, I saw the man, I saw the fist, I saw the hand, I saw the door I never tried, I saw the truth. Step out from the side. I didn't see a ghost, no devil, no dead friend, just every cheap excuse I had dressed up as a man. The mirror didn't curse me, it didn't let me go, it just held me in pieces till I had to know. By morning I was sober in a way that felt like harm, washed my face in cold water, read the scars on both arms. I left the room key lying on the Bible by the bed. Some nights don't save you, they just show you what's dead. I saw the boy, I saw the man, I saw the fist, I saw the hand, I saw the road, I called my guide, and all the rooms where I learned to hide. The rodeo breaks you every time you check. The salt flats make the world look clean. White ground to the horizon, no tree, no fence, no green. My shadow looked too honest, stretched thin beside the wheel. A man can get that empty and still not know what's real. Nothing grows out here, nothing hides, just a man and his engine, and the truth he rides. I used to call it freedom when I couldn't see a wall. No wife, no boss, no mailbox, no one waiting on a call. But the road don't make you lighter, it just spreads your damage wide, till every state you cross through has some piece of you inside. Nothing grows out here, nothing hides, just a man and his engine, and the truth he rides. I said a name once to the white and burning ground. The wind took it nowhere, just pushed it back around. I wasn't asking mercy, I wasn't asking peace. I just wanted one clean second where the lying part would cease. By sunset I was shaking from the heat and from the still. A buzzard crossed above me like a thought with iron will. I kicked the stand up slowly, let the motor clear its throat, then rode back toward the dark line with less than I'd hoped. Nothing grows out here, grows out here, nothing hides, nothing hides, just a man and his engine, and the truth he writes. Nothing grows out here, nothing grows out here, nothing dies, nothing dies. It just waits in the white light till you open your eyes. The salt stayed on my boots for 3 towns after that. Some places don't forgive you, they just show you where you're at. Night train underpass was shaking like a lump. I pulled in from the storm with rain on my tongue. A kid stood by the pillar with a backpack and no coat, trying to look older than the fear inside his throat. Don't run toward the thunder just because home got loud. Don't mistake motion for getting out. Don't chase the blacktop like it owes you proof. The road ain't a mother, and it don't raise you. He asked about my motorcycle, asked if I'd been free. I said free is a word men use carelessly. He said his stepdad hit him, his mama wouldn't choose. He said he had no money and nothing left to lose. Don't run toward the thunder just because home got loud. Don't mistake motion for getting out. Don't chase the blacktop like it owes you proof. The road ain't a mother, and it don't raise you. Gave him my dry jacket and the cash from my boot. Caught a woman at a shelter who knew what to do. He said, aren't you riding? I said, not till you're gone. Sometimes being hard means staying too long. Came near midnight with warm light in the back. He climbed in without waving, still holding my jacket. The train kept on screaming like steel with no grace. I watched it pass above me and felt older in that place. Don't run toward the thunder just because home got loud. Don't mistake motion for getting out. Don't chase the blacktop like it owes you proof. The road ain't a mother, but somebody can choose. hid the spare key on the ring behind my knife. Brass worn smooth from half a former life. It opened a blue door on a street with maple trees, a house where I once lived and learned how not to be. A key ain't a home, a road ain't a plan. A woman can forgive you and still not take your hand. A key ain't a promise, a lock ain't a wall. Sometimes what you carry don't carry you at all. I rode past there on Sundays, never stopped, never waited. Saw new flowers by the mailbox, saw the porch freshly stained. Her car was in the driveway, a bicycle in the grass. Life had kept on moving without asking where I was at. A key ain't a home, a road ain't a plan. A woman can forgive you and still not take your hand. A key ain't a promise, a lock ain't a wall. Sometimes what you carry don't carry you at all. One night I almost used it after 3 days drunk and low. Stood there in the cold with my breath in a ghost. Then I saw through the window a boy at the kitchen light, laughing with a man who knew how to stay the night. Walked back to my bike, put the key on the rail. Not a grand confession, not a prayer, not bail. Just a small piece of metal given back to the door. Some men don't leave loudly, they just leave once more. A key ain't a home, a road ain't a plan. A woman can outlive you and still understand. A key ain't a promise, a lock ain't a wall. I left what I carried where it belonged after all. There's a jacket on a fence post where the county blacktop bends. Some crack rain heavy, too proud to fall in. No flowers at the roadside, no sign with a name, just leather turning gray in the weather and the shame. Leave it there, let it stand. Some goodbyes don't need hands. Leave it there, let it fade. A man can himself. That's what the story says. After he walked from the clubhouse with no patch and no defense, no one followed after, no one called him back. There are ways to lose a family that don't involve a crash. Leave it there, let it stand. Some goodbyes don't need hands. Leave it there, let it fade. A man can be gone and still hold a place. A storm came through in April, took down signs and trees, but that jacket held the wire like it still had knees. One young rider touched it, and an old one said, don't. Not every relic's holy. Some are warnings made of coke. I stopped there once a year when the heat lays low. Kill the engine near the fence line and let the silence grow. I don't know where he ended, don't know if he got clean, but I know the way to walk in from the only room you need. Leave it there, let it stand. Some goodbyes don't need hands. Leave it there, let it fade. A man can be gone and still hold a place. Leave it there, in the wind and rain. Some jackets keep witness when men can't keep names. There's a jacket on a fence post where the county blacktop ends. I ride slower past it than I do for most dead men. They auctioned off the workshop on a cold November day. Air compressor, drill press, and the benches hauled away. Men in clean boots circled with clipboards and calm eyes, putting prices on a lifetime like numbers don't tell lies. Who'll bid on the old iron? Who'll carry it home? Who knows what a thing is worth when it worked down to the bone? Who'll bid on the old iron? Not pretty, not new. Some tools remember hands long after hands are through. I came for nothing special, just to see the place once more, where we learn to fix engines and sleep on concrete floors. In a box beneath the staircase, covered up with grime, lay a hand-built little wrench set with initials scratched in lines. Who'll bid on the old iron? Who'll carry it home? Who knows what a thing is worth when it worked down to the bone? Who'll bid on the old iron? Not pretty, not new. Some tools remember hands long after hands are through. A stranger bid $5, I bid 25. He looked at me like crazy, I looked at him like life. That said had fixed our bikes when money had gone dry, had opened stuck bolts under half the western sky. I took it home in silence, wrapped in an old shop rag, put it on my kitchen table beside my helmet bag. No man clapped my shoulder, no past came walking in, but the room felt less empty than it had ever been. I paid for the old iron, I carried it home. A thing can still be useful after all its people are gone. I paid for the old iron, not pretty, not new. Some tools remember hands long after hands are through. You sat beside me at the bar, in a coat too thin for cold, cheap moonlight on the window glass, and a story half untold. You asked me if I rode alone, I said most nights, yeah. You nodded once, like that made sense, like you had your own kind of bad. Cheap moon, don't make this more than it is. We took a room out by the bypass, where the ice machine groaned all night. No perfume there, no romance left, just two warm souls and weak light. You stood there brushing out your hair, and my old black work shirt loose. Said men like you don't ever stay. I said women like you know the truth. No soft music, no grand scene, just tired people trying not to split at the seam. At dawn you left before I moved, one coffee cup still warm, a silver hoop on the bathroom sink, and quiet after storm. I held that earring in my hand like it meant more than it did. Funny how a little thing can ache where a whole life never did. Cheap moon, don't make this more than it was. cheap moon, we were only passing through us. Cheap moon, and that was enough. There's a roadhouse south of Waco, paint peeling off the sign. Where men get loud on borrowed pride and mistake that noise for spine. I came in wet, I came in tired, I came in wanting right. A little peace, a little smoke, a place to let heat die. Black-eyed gospel. Then some young fool in fresh-stitched leather said my patch looked old and broke. I told him, boy, that patch seemed winter, you still sound like a joke. His friends all laughed, he swung too soon, caught my cheek and split it thin. And the whole room leaned like wheat and storm to watch the trouble begin. Pool ball stopped, jukebox coughed, Rosie killed the song. Shuffleboard, he hit like a sack of lime, and stood back up with blood in his grin and something almost fine. 'Cause sometimes men need one clean hit to hear their own soul right. Not to win, not to rule, just to empty out the night. Black-eyed gospel, knuckles preaching, floorboards ringing, truth comes ugly. My shovel sits behind the shop under hail-dense grease and dust, a rusted saint with leaking seals and the manners of a cuss. It took me north through Arkansas and west through New Mexico. It took me out of two good homes and places I can't go. These are my songs for rusted shovel head, for every lie we carried and every road that bled, for every motel window, every county line gone red. These are my songs for a rusted shovel head. It knows the weight of a drunk man's leg, the shake in a winter hand. It knows how fear can smell at night and how long old guilt can stand. It heard my brother curse God once outside a burning barn. It heard me tell a woman lie soft as a lover's charm. These are my songs for a rusted shovel head, for every fight not won and every faithful thing long dead, for every bridge we thundered over, every word we left unsaid. These are my songs for a rusted shovel head. I changed the plugs, I changed the bars, I changed the women and the law, but not the man that sat astride that iron frame with a broken jaw. Now boys with money buy new machines with screens and polished paint, but mine still starts on stubbornness and sounds like a cursing saint. Someday that engine's gonna quit and leave me in the weeds. Till then I trust that ugly frame more than saints or creeds. These are my songs for a rusted shovel head, for every dawn that found me and every sin that tucked me in bed, for all the miles that took my name and all the tears I never shed. These are my songs for a rusted shovel head. Lined up 12 outside St. Luke's, black shirts under August heat. Pipes cooled down, heads hung low, no burnouts in that street. His mama sat in the first black car, his daughter in the next, too young to know why all those men look carved out of regret. Ride slow for the dead. Ride slow for the dead. Tom had wax on both his boots, Ray kept wiping at his nose. Max stared hard at the churchyard fence, like rage was all he knows. But when the hearse rolled into gear and the escort lights turned blue, we moved like thunder tracks, we passed his old feed store. And every porch along that road held somebody at the door. Ride slow for the dead, ride straight for the living, ride low through the pain. That's the only prayer we're given. Mobile after midnight with a dented can strapped down. Road grime thick on the headlamp glass and thunder over town. The tank was half, my heart was less. My gloves still smelled like rain. And every mile out on that blacktop kept whispering your name. Mercy runs on kerosene. You asked me once in a VFW lot if men like us get clean. I laughed and lit a cigarette, said not that I have seen. Now I ride with that rusted can, knocking time against the frame, like a bell from some poor chapel, calling out my shame. No preacher stood beside the road, no sign lit up the night, just the yellow line and a cooling moon, bugs burning in the light. At dawn I reached the county ditch where the willow roots hang low. Poured that stink into the clay and watched the brown grass bow. Some things burn up in holy fire, some just smoking clean. And mercy, brother, if it comes, runs on meaner things. Mercy runs on kerosene, and I still smell it on me. stop off the river road by my mark of 12 and Pine. Cheap coffee dust, one crooked pump, and crosses in a line. I pulled in slow to cool the bike and stretch my weathered knees, when I saw her there in a denim coat, staring hard through me. She held no gun, no bottle, no knife, and just that quiet kind of grief that can take a life. She said, "You were the last man with him, you were the last one hearing him breathe. So don't hand me none of that road talk now. Don't tell me fate, don't sell me leave. Tell me if he called my name at all. Tell me if he knew he wouldn't come home. Tell me if he looked afraid in the dark. Tell me if he died alone." I looked down at the old black puddle shaking near my boot. Thought of that bridge in Oklahoma rain and every ruined truth. He never spoke past one wet gasp and one hand on my sleeve. I'd give 10 years in this old frame to tell her something clean, but truth is short and loss is long, and some women carry both until the world turns wrong. He fought the dark like men we knew. She nodded once and wiped her face like that would have to do. Then she turned and climbed into her truck. No curse, no thrown glass rage, just one more widow driving off with a storm she could not cage. You were the last man with him, you were the last one there. Yeah, and some nights it sounds like honor, most nights it sounds like a prayer. He did not go out holy, he did not go out clean. He went like all of us are headed, wet road, bad light and gasoline. I saw his lights outside Laredo, 2 miles back and steady mean. Same little truck, same one-eye lamp, same ghost from 17. Back then he sold 3 names for cash, and I damn near joined the dead. Now age had bent us both a little, but not what's set in the head. Cain in the rear view, still ain't gone. I rode that highway hard and low till the lines turned silver white. Past a church, past a stockyard, past the edge of decent night. He never gained, he never dropped, just stayed there in that frame. Like revenge itself had bought a truck and learned my every lane. You can outride cops, you can outride storms, but not the man who know your shape when your soul gets mean and warm. Killed the bike and stood. He rode on past without one glance, like maybe he never would. That hurt worse than a showdown might. No fist, no gun, no blood, just proof some enemies keep living long after hate turns mud. Still riding on. The mirror shook, but he stayed there. She had a matchbook smile and cheap red lips and boots like a bad idea. Danced alone to the house band slide with a laugh no saint could hear. I said, "You're right," she said, "I steal," then winked like sin and heat. I bought 2 beers, she took 1 drag and stole my favorite seat. Lord, she was trouble. We ran out back by the kegroom fence where the moon looked half insane. She kissed me once, then bit my lip and asked me for my chain. I should've known, I almost did, but some nights men go blind Not from whiskey, not from smoke, just from wanting the wrong kind. Trouble in a leopard skirt, trouble in a county bar, trouble with a stolen grin and keys to somebody else's car. Trouble with a hand on my chest, trouble with a switchblade shine, trouble saying, baby, don't worry, I only wreck what ain't quite mine. At dawn she left my chain behind, but took my lucky knife. Rosie laughed and said, congratulations, that girl just spared your life. Lord, she was trouble, and I still grin when I think of it. Her lipstick stayed on my filter tips for days. July, no stars. Your hands around my waist held light. Your laugh rose past the bars. The fair was dying up the hill. You could still hear distant drums, and lanterns on the black water looked like saints with nowhere from. The river kept you. The river kept you. I told you not to climb that pier. The boards were slick with age. You turned and smiled, that tired old smile that always softened rage. Said, baby, I ain't made of glass. Then took one step too far. I still hear that rotten timber crack like lightning in a jar. No warning cry, no noble scene, just black water and me too slow to be anything. I went in blind with boots still on mud, sucking at my knees. Came up with weeds around my wrists and blood along my sleeves. The sheriff found me near dawnlight, curled up beside the bank, still calling out your little name, like prayer had anything left in the tank. The river kept you. The river kept you. Now Every summer finds me here, with a bike cut cold and still. I bring one lantern, strike one match, and watch it drift until it turns to one more trembling gold, then folds into the black. A man can live 10,000 days and never get one back. The river kept you, and I kept breathing. The river kept you, and I kept leaving. The river kept you, and I keep that night like a knife. I can't stop feeding. Dead lantern river, still burning slow in me. Headlights been going yellow since the winter before last. It throws a weak old halo on every mile I pass. I keep saying I'll replace it when money loosens up. The truth is, I like the way it shakes, like an old dog out of luck. Sing, dying headlights, sing. Show me the ditch, the rain, the sin, the county line. Sing, dying headlights, sing. You've seen me lie, you've seen me run, you've seen me call it fine. Sing for the women, sing for the dead, sing for the names I drank away. Sing, dying headlights, sing till morning burns you pale and gray. I rode through Oklahoma black, with bugs exploding gold, and every little town I passed looked poorer than I'd been told. One porch light left, one dog barked twice, one train moaned far and thin. And all the while that weak beam shook, like it knew what sat within. No saint rides shotgun, no angel leans in chrome. Just one bad bulb and a man too proud to call any place his home. At dawn I pulled beside a levee, killed the motor, heard it ping. A man can trust a failing light more than most everything. Sing, dying headlights, sing. You never once pretended to be whole. Dying headlights, sing. That's more than I can say about my soul. Sing through the weather, sing through the lies, sing till the dark gives way. Sing, dying headlights, sing and carry me one more day. I saw his truck outside Amarillo, low beams dirty in the rain. Same hood dent, same smoking grill, same old ghost with a name. Kane was 20 years behind me and one bad room ahead. The kind of man sells your breath, then drinks above your dead. I did not speak, I did not pray. He stayed there just far enough to turn the highway wrong. I took the frontage road by Phillips, he took it to no lights. I cut through cattle gate country, he rode my weather tight. At last I stopped beneath a grain bin, killed the bike and stood. He rode on past without one glance, like not killing me felt good. That hurt worse than if he'd swung. Some wars get old, but never done. I lit a smoke with shaking hands and watched his tail lights fade. A man can outgrow fists and knives, not the shape old hatred made. He stayed there just far enough to turn the highway wrong. Some enemies don't need your blood, they just need to live this long. There's a diner off exit 9, open all through the night, where truckers eat in silence under fever yellow light. She worked the graveyard counter with a scar below one eye, poured coffee black as river mud, and never asked me why. Magdalene. She said, "You look like bad weather." I said, "Ma'am, I've heard worse." She lit my smoke with a matchbook hand, like a blessing or a curse. Her name tag read Marlene, maybe, or maybe I read it wrong. Some women blur around the edges, like the line between hurt and song. Magdalene, you pour the coffee like absolution. Magdalene, you wear fatigue like fine perfume. Magdalene, you look at men the way doctors do. Not shocked, not fooled, just measuring what they'll live through. At 3 she sat across from me on a 10-minute break. Said, "I had a boy who rode like you. That's the first mistake." And smiled so tired, the room went thin and the rain began outside. A man can feel the whole world ache in one woman's crooked smile. Plates clinked soft, the fryer hissed, and every road I'd ever took felt like something I had missed. Magdalene, you pour the coffee like absolution. Magdalene, you keep the dead alive in your face. Magdalene, I left before the daylight found me. Some women hold a room together, some hold a man in place. She stood beneath a fox in glass, and a hawk with yellow eyes, wore a father's canvas apron, like mourning in disguise. Rain tapped soft on the storefront pane, Main Street dead by 6. She said, "You need a dry place, Ryder." I said, "Most nights I need more than this." There was glue in the air, something worse than that. She had a voice like a locked room opening, a mouth like a wound that had learned to sing, hands that could stitch a shape back perfect, and eyes that knew too much of everything. I should've left when the thunder rolled in. I should've took my whiskey and gone. But some women don't ask for permission, they just make the dark feel like home. She poured from a mason jar marked peach and smoked without a blink. Asked me if I'd ever killed a man the way most people ask I told her, only halfway maybe. She smiled and cleaned the blade. Said that's the way the world goes bad. Nobody finishes what they made. The cougar in the corner looked ready still to spring, and every stuffed and staring thing felt more alive than me. At dawn I found my gloves on the chair, my knife under the sink, my bike still wet, my chest gone wrong, like she'd reached in while I drank. I looked back once through the shop front glass, saw only dust and flies. No woman there, just dead things posed in my own face, in their eyes. She had a voice like a locked room opening, a mouth like a wound that had learned to sing, hands that could stitch a shape back perfect and leave the soul split underneath. Some women leave perfume on you, some leave blood, some leave both, and some leave nothing but a hunger you keep feeding to stay afloat. My left knee clicks when the weather turns, my right hand shakes when the clutch gets burned. Got a bad tattoo and a worse divorce, and a bar tab headed for a legal course. I ain't 25, I ain't bulletproof, but I still got bite in this old bad tooth. I'm hell-bent with a sore back, mean enough to grin, too old to start trouble, too dumb not to step in. I'm half past forgiven, 3 miles from grace, hell-bent with a sore back and a windburned face. Young boys talk with the chest pushed out, like volumes what a fight's about. I let them bark, I let them shine, then I finish my drink and take my time. A quiet man with a busted hand can still explain where the floorboards stand. I'm hell-bent with a sore back, mean enough to grin, too old to start trouble, too dumb not to step in. I'm half past forgiven, 3 miles from grace, hell-bent with a sore back and a windburned face. I got friends in the ground, friends in county jail, friends who found Jesus, friends who made bail. I got pills for the morning, whiskey for the night, and a motorcycle mirror that still lies right. So don't call me legend, don't call me king. I'm a tired old dog with a chain link swing. But if one of mine gets pushed too far, I'll limp through hell and raise the bar. I'm hell-bent with a sore back, mean enough to grin. Too old to start trouble, too dumb not to step in. I'm half past forgiven, 3 miles from grace, hell-bent with a sore back and a wind-burned face. My engine knocks, my bones do too, but I ain't done yet, and neither are you. I rode the low road home with your ashes in a coffee can, tied down in a saddlebag with an old black leather strap. The sky was flat and gray, the fields were dead and wide. I kept one hand on the throttle and one thought locked inside. I ain't ready to let you go, but the road don't ask a man. Your woman called at sunrise, said bring him back to me. Her voice was hard as fence wire, trying not to break clean. I told her I was coming, I didn't tell her how. There are things you carry quiet when the engine's too damn loud. I ain't ready to let you go, but the road don't ask a man. Like it couldn't find our names, like it didn't ride beside us through the dust and cold rain. You said you wanted no preacher, no polished wooden box, just a place beside the river where the old bridge rocks. I ain't ready let you go, but the road don't ask a man. At a station near the county line, I sat down on the curb, bought 2 cups of black coffee, then remembered yours would burn. I said your name once, low enough to hide. Some grief comes out crooked, some grief stays inside. By dusk I reached the river where the cottonwoods leaned down. Your woman stood there waiting in a faded wedding gown. She didn't cry when she saw me, didn't reach for my hand, just touched that coffee can like it was still a man. I ain't ready to let you go, but the road Don't ask a man. There's a black dog by the mile sign. Every night at 3:15, he don't bark and he don't follow. He just stands there watching me. I first saw him after Reno, when the winter moon was thin. Same night we left a man alive who should have never breathed again. The black dog waits. The black dog knows where the blood went down, where the wild grass grows. I told myself it was weather, told myself it was gin, told myself a lot of things that never settled in. Now I see him past the headlights in the corner of my sleep, with his eyes like burned out matches and his paws sunken deep. The black dog waits. The black dog knows where the blood went down, where the wild grass grows. A preacher said confession is a door a man can use, but some doors open backward and some doors don't open true. I tried to speak it once in a motel near Saline, but the words came out like gravel and the sink turned red and mean. Last night I stopped beside him, killed the engine, killed the light. He walked close enough to touch me, then vanished in the white. I sat there till the morning, with my hands upon my knees, and heard that dead man breathing in the cottonwood trees. The black dog waits. The black dog knows where the blood went down, where the wild grass grows. The black dog waits. No mercy, no stone. Some roads don't end, they just follow you home. darks back in at dusk. County signs shot through with rust. A church been white, a mill gone blind, and the same old courthouse dust. The station where he bought his smokes is boarded up with pine, but that red clay lot behind the feed store still look like yours and mine. This county's cold. They put him in a rented suit, hands folded like a lie. He never prayed a day I saw, but sure looked church enough to die. My sister cried into her sleep. My brother stared through glass, and I stood there with my jaw set hard, like I still was made of brass. No last words, no clean release, just a dead man in a borrowed tie, and an old hurt missing teeth. After I rode past the gravel pit where he blooded me at 15 for dropping a wrench, for talking back, for being too much seen. I killed the bike and listened long to bugs and cooling steel. A man can outlive his father's hands and still not fully heal. This county's cold, colder than the room he laid in, colder than the dirt they gave him, colder than the blood I came with. Motel Bible, loaded gun, channel 3 with no sound on. Ice machine kicking down the hall, rain like fingers on the wall. I got $47 and a number I can't call. I got one good chance left, and it ain't good at all. Don't knock unless you mean it, don't pray unless it's true. Some nights come collecting what the daylight left for you. The man down downstairs wears a straw hat, but it ain't summer here. He's been smoking by the payphone for the better part of a year. Or maybe just since Tuesday, time gets loose. When you run, every mirror looks like a witness, every shadow looks like one. Don't knock unless you mean it, don't pray unless it's true. Some nights come collecting what the daylight left for you. I wasn't always hunted, I wasn't always mean. Once I had a kitchen table and a woman who believed. Then a job went bad in Houston, then a favor turned to debt. Then I learned a man can drown before he ever gets wet. At 4 a.m. the hallway creaked, my hand went to the drawer. Somebody slipped an envelope beneath the peeling door. Inside there was a photograph of me at 22. On the back one line in pencil, we remember what you do. Don't knock unless you mean it, don't pray unless it's true. Some nights come collecting what the daylight left for you. Don't beg unless you're ready to hear the answer come. Motel Bible on the table, loaded gun. Morning found the room still locked, rain gone off the glass. A man can leave a motel and still not leave his past. Casket under low gray sky. Nobody wore a clean suit, nobody asked why. His old lady held a cigarette, but never struck a flame. She stared down at the pine box like it owed her a name. We don't cry loud, we don't speak soft. We just stand in the dirt and count what the road cost. Temper like a bad fuse, hands like engine parts. He could fix a broken carburetor, but never fixed a heart. He did time in Laredo, did worse things outside. But when my boy got sick, he rode all night. We don't cry loud, we don't speak soft. We just stand in the dirt and count called him trouble, the law called him worse. His daughter laid a wrench down instead of a verse, and that said more than heaven, more than judgment day. Some men ain't forgiven, but they're missed anyway. We fired up at sundown, one by one in line, a sound like old thunder rolling out of time. I looked around at faces carved from smoke and years. Every man was silent, every man was near. We don't cry loud, we don't speak soft, we just stand in the dirt and count what the road cost. We don't ask mercy, we don't ask why, we just ride from the graveyard with the dead in the sky. 12 men in a casket, then 11 rode away. By dark nobody talked, by morning nobody stayed. The town was closed by 9 o'clock, one red light swinging in the rain. The diner had a busted sign and coffee that still tasted the same. I parked beside the laundromat where we used to count our cash before the county knew our names, before the whole thing turned to ash. I didn't come for mercy, I didn't come to pray. I came to face the silence I left here yesterday. Your brother runs the hardware store. He saw me through the glass. He didn't wave, he didn't spit, just let one cold look pass. I heard you've got a little girl who's old enough to ask why some men leave in winter and some don't make it back. I didn't come for mercy, I didn't come to pray. I came to face the silence I left here yesterday. There's a bridge past Miller's Field where the water turns black. That's where I kept my mouth shut, that's where you took the rap. I've carried it in motel rooms, in bars and county lines. A man can lose his freedom and still be doing time. I left a letter on your porch with nothing but the truth. No begging and no Bible talk, no dressed up cheap excuse. Then I rode out before sunrise with frost across the sea. Some roads don't lead to pardon, they just put blood on your feet. I didn't come for mercy, I didn't come to pray. I came to face the silence. I left here yesterday. I didn't come back clean, I didn't come back brave. I came to tell the truth and ride away the same. Dead town mercy ain't mercy at all, just a light left burning. Lights far behind, a bag of cash beneath my coat, and blood I couldn't hide. Ray was breathing heavy, Tommy wouldn't speak. The desert opened wide like a mouth with broken teeth. Keep driving, don't look back. The night knows names, the road keeps track. We didn't plan on killing, that's what guilty men all say. But a scared hand on a trigger makes forever out of a day. Tommy had a new child, Ray had debts in town. I had nothing waiting, so I never slowed us down. Keep driving, don't look back. The night knows names, the road keeps track. At a station near the border, up in the sink, Tommy bought a postcard, then forgot what he should think. I watched two moths dying inside the buzzing light. Even little things get ruined when they fly too close at night. By dawn we hit the canyon, and the radio went dead. Tommy said he heard sirens, but they were in his head. Ray took half the money and walked into the sand. I never saw him after, never tried to understand. Keep driving, don't look back. The night knows names, the road keeps track. Keep driving, don't unpack. A man can run forever and still owe what he lacks.
Hard light in Oklahoma, on a windshield cracked in two. I had 3 shirts and a duffel bag, and nothing left to prove. She took the house in Tulsa, I took the tools and blame. We split the dogs on Sunday, like people split a name. I keep blaming the highway for what I do to myself. I keep calling it freedom when it looks like something else. I drank warm beer in parking lots behind old rodeo signs, slept in rooms with chain locks and pictures nailed offline. I called her once from Ardmore, hung up when she said hello. A man can miss a woman and still know he should go. I keep blaming the highway for what I do to myself. I keep calling it freedom when it looks like something else. Something else. Kick down the door. It sits beside you quiet till you can't lie anymore. I wasn't born a bad man, I wasn't born unkind, but I learned how to leave and called it peace of mind. There's a church by the interstate with weeds around the stone. I pulled in for no reason and sat there all alone. Didn't ask the Lord for nothing, didn't curse his name, just listened to the insects and felt my anger drain. I keep blaming the highway for what I do to myself. I keep calling it freedom when it looks like something else. I keep blaming the highway, but the highway don't care. It just runs through the country and leaves a man there. A hard light in Oklahoma, morning coming clean. I turn the key slow and let the silence breathe.